ancient forests hold secrets in every rustling leaf and groaning branch. There is a world within our world, a layer of life and story woven into the very roots of the oldest trees. Tonight, we step softly into that world to meet its most gentle guardians, the Dryads, the tree spirits of Greek mythology. By the end of our journey, you will understand the ancient bond between a spirit and her tree, a connection so profound it challenges everything we think about nature and soul. I wonder where you are listening from right now and what the hour feels like in your corner of the world. Share that with me if you like as we begin. We will uncover why harming a single tree was once considered a tragic crime, and what silent song a dryad might sing as her tree sleeps through winter. What forgotten part of ourselves still hears the whisper of leaves in the wind? The Greeks did not see a forest as a collection of individual objects. They felt a presence within it, a consciousness that hummed in the rustling canopy and slept in the dark, damp soil. This worldview is called animism, the belief that spirit inhabits all things. Every mountain had its oread, every stream its naiad, and every gust of wind might carry the voice of an aura. The world was not a passive backdrop for human drama, but a living, breathing chorus of countless divine voices. This was the fertile soil from which the idea of the Dryad first took root. Before they were named, before their stories were written, the spirit of the tree was felt. A traveler resting beneath an ancient oak might sense a watchful peace, a silent companionship. That feeling, that intuitive knowing that the tree was more than wood and leaf, was the seed of the myth. It was an attempt to explain the profound connection humans have always felt with certain places, to give a face and a story to the awe that fills us in a quiet grove. So the Dryad was not invented, she was recognized. Her mythology began as an answer to a question felt in the bones, a way to speak to the soul of the forest. A Dryad is not simply a spirit who lives in a forest. She is the forest, or rather, she is one specific tree. Her very essence is woven into the rings of its trunk. Her breath is the scent of its leaves. Her life force pulses with the sap rising from its roots. While other nymphs are connected to broader elements, a naiad to her spring or an oread to her mountain slope, a dryad's existence is tied to a single living organism. This is the core of her being, a bond of absolute intimacy and absolute vulnerability. She does not merely guard her tree, she is her tree. Its health is her vitality, its growth is her joy, and its death, should it come before its natural time, is her end. This makes her different from a forest god like Pan, who roams freely, or even from the idea of a general woodland spirit. Her world is defined by the reach of her branches and the depth of her roots. To understand a dryad is to understand a life lived in perfect silent symbiosis. Think of it as the most profound friendship imaginable, where two beings share not just a home, but a single heartbeat. If you were to sit quietly beneath an ancient oak and feel a sense of deep, patient awareness, that is the presence of a dryad. She is the consciousness of the tree itself, given a voice and a form in the stories of those who listened closely enough to hear it. This profound bond finds its most intense expression in the Hamadryads. While all tree nymphs are connected to the woods, the Hamadryad represents the ultimate fusion of spirit and organism. Her name itself whispers this truth, derived from ancient words meaning together with the tree. She is not a visitor residing in the trunk. She is the living soul of that one specific oak, that particular poplar, or that solitary apple tree. From the moment a sapling breaks the soil, a Hamadryad's life begins, and her destiny is irrevocably woven into its growth. She feels every season in her own being, the surge of spring's sap as a wave of energy, the heavy gold of autumn leaves as a slow, drowsy contentment. This connection is her strength, granting her an intimate knowledge of her small domain, but it is also her profound vulnerability, for the myth states a solemn, unbreakable law: if her tree perishes, the Hamadryad fades with it. This is not a choice, it is a fundamental truth of her existence. The two are one. This creates a deep, poignant tension at the heart of every story about them. A woodsman raising his axe is not just cutting wood, he is committing an act of spiritual murder. A disease that blights the leaves is a fever in her own spirit. Their tales are often tinged with a quiet tragedy, a reminder of the fragility of beauty tied to a mortal form. Imagine the sorrow of a Hamadryad watching her ancient oak slowly weaken from a lightning strike, feeling her own vitality ebb with each passing year, her form growing more translucent as the bark weathers and the branches become bare. Her fate is a powerful metaphor from the ancient world, a warning against careless destruction and a beautiful, heartbreaking acknowledgement of the deep, sacred life inherent in the natural world. To know a Hamadryad is to understand that some bonds are so absolute, they define existence itself. The life of a Dryad begins with a mystery as deep as the forest floor. And like humans, they are not born of other beings in the usual sense. Their origin is a direct gift from the earth itself. Ancient tales speak of them emerging from the very trees they would inhabit, a spirit coalescing from the morning mist that clung to the bark, or from the first golden ray of sunlight that filtered through a canopy of new leaves. In other stories, they are the children of the primal gods, the offspring of Gaia, the Earth Mother, who breathed life into the oaks and pines and poplars, gifting each with a conscious soul. A local river god might father them, or they might spring from the joyful union of other woodland deities. Their birth is an act of pure creation, a moment where the natural world expresses its own inner life. This divine origin explains their ethereal nature. To most mortals, a Dryad remains invisible, a presence felt rather than seen. You might catch the faintest shimmer of movement from the corner of your eye, a figure that seems made of dappled light and shifting shadow, disappearing the moment you turn your head. Her laughter might be mistaken for the sound of leaves rustling in a sudden breeze, her sorrow for the soft, mournful creak of an ancient bough. She exists in a layer of reality just beyond ordinary sight, visible only to those with pure intent, to heroes favored by the gods, or to someone lost and desperate who stumbles upon her grove at the perfect twilight hour. Think of trying to see the wind. You cannot grasp it, but you see its effect in the dancing grass and hear its voice in the trees. A dryad is like that, the visible soul of the invisible force that gives the tree its life. She is the consciousness behind the form, a whisper of meaning in the green silence of the woods. This intimate, fragile existence placed the Dryads under the protection of some of the most powerful forces in the Greek world. While they were minor deities, their well-being was a concern for major gods, weaving them into the grand tapestry of the pantheon in subtle but vital ways. Foremost among their guardians was Artemis, the virgin goddess of the hunt and the wild. As a deity who shunned the crowded cities for the untouched mountains and forests, Artemis was the natural patron of all nymphs. She led them in divine hunts through moonlit glades, and they formed her sacred retinue. To harm a dryad was to invite the swift, silver-tipped wrath of Artemis herself, for an attack on her nymphs was an attack on the wild purity she embodied. Then there was Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and the untamed life force that pulses through nature, while Artemis represented the cool, solitary majesty of the wild. Dionysus embodied its chaotic, fertile, and joyous heart. His revels, filled with music and dance, would sweep through the woods, and the Dryads were said to join the frenzy, their forms flickering among the trees as the very forest celebrated its own boundless vitality. And of course there was Pan, the goat-legged god of shepherds and wild places. With his pipes and his mischievous spirit, Pan was a constant companion in the woodland realm. He flirted with the Dryads, chased them playfully through the thickets, and his music was the soundtrack to their hidden lives. These relationships show that the Dryads were never seen as isolated spirits. They were integral threads in a divine ecosystem. They served as the local consciousness of places the great gods cherished, but could not personally inhabit every moment. Artemis protected them, Dionysus energized them, and Pan kept them company. In this way, the Dryads acted as a bridge between the remote, towering figures of Olympus and the intimate, breathing soul of a single moss-covered oak. They made the vast pantheon feel present in every grove and hollow. Yet this divine protection was not a passive shield. A Dryad's primary purpose was active guardianship, a sacred duty to nurture and defend. Her existence was a continuous act of care, a silent conversation with the soil, the sun, and the rain. She was the unseen gardener of her own being, coaxing roots deeper into the nourishing earth, guiding branches toward the light, and whispering to the bees and birds that spread her trees' pollen and seeds. A grove where Dryads dwelt was said to be more vibrant, more fertile. a place where flowers bloomed brighter and the air hummed with a particular vitality. This was their blessing, a gentle, pervasive magic that sustained the health of the entire woodland community. Their protection, however, had a fierce edge for those who threatened that balance. The myths are clear: to harm a tree without proper cause, especially one housing a Hamadryad, was to invite a terrible fate. We hear of woodsmen struck with sudden madness, their axes turning against them, or hunters becoming hopelessly lost in familiar forests, guided in circles by deceptive paths. A Dryad's vengeance was often indirect, a manipulation of the natural world she understood so intimately. She might summon a sudden swarm of stinging insects, cause a hidden root to trip the careless intruder, or let the shadows deepen until panic set in. This was not cruelty for its own sake, but the enforcement of a sacred law. The tree was not merely property, it was a living temple, and the Dryad was its priestess. Her role was to maintain a delicate equilibrium, both ecological and spiritual. She ensured the forest thrived as a whole, where the old could decay peacefully to feed the new, where water ran clean, and where life followed its ancient cycles. In this way, the Dryad myth encoded an early understanding of environmental stewardship. It personified the consequence of imbalance, teaching that the forest's well-being and humanity's own fate were intertwined. To respect the Dryad was to respect the complex, fragile web of life she represented. But what did these guardians of the grove actually look like? The ancient poets and artists gifted them with a form that mirrored their essence, a perfect blend of human beauty and arboreal mystery. A Dryad was almost always envisioned as a young woman, eternally in the prime of her life, with a grace that seemed to flow like wind through branches. Yet her beauty was distinctly of the woods. Her skin might carry the subtle texture or hue of bark, perhaps the smooth silver of a birch or the rugged brown of an oak. Her hair was often described as a cascade of leaves, shifting from the vibrant green of spring to the gold and crimson of autumn, moving with life of its own. In some tales, her eyes held the deep shadowed green of a forest pool, and when she moved, it was with a sound like rustling foliage. She was not a creature of stone or fixed form, but of organic, flowing life, a figure who seemed both solid and ephemeral, as if she could dissolve into dappled light at any moment. To see a Dryad was to witness nature itself taking a familiar yet utterly alien shape. It was a vision meant to inspire both awe and a sense of kinship, a reminder that the spirit within the tree was not a monstrous force, but a conscious, graceful presence. This fluid, tree-like nature granted them a suite of gentle, defensive magics. Their most famous ability was to merge physically with their tree or any nearby wood. A Dryad, if startled or threatened, could simply step backward into the trunk of an oak, her form softening and blending seamlessly with the bark until she vanished from sight. She could travel through a forest by passing from tree to tree, a silent, swift movement through the network of roots and trunks that was her true domain. This was less a dramatic spell and more a return to her fundamental state, like a fish disappearing into water. Beyond this power of concealment, a dryad could influence the living things around her. With a touch, she might encourage a wounded vine to heal, or cause flowers to bloom at her feet in a sudden, silent explosion of color. Her voice could soothe restless animals, and her presence alone could make an area flourish. These were not the world-shaping powers of an Olympian god, but the subtle, localized arts of a caretaker. She might weave minor enchantments of confusion to protect her grove, causing a path to fold in on itself or making distant laughter echo to disorient a hunter. Some stories even speak of them bestowing blessings, perhaps leaving a single, perpetually blooming flower for a kind-hearted traveler, or whispering a fragment of a forgotten song to a lonely shepherd. Their magic was the magic of the ecosystem itself, focused and personified, a testament to the ancient belief that a healthy, vibrant forest was itself a kind of enchantment, maintained by unseen hands. Yet this beautiful, solitary existence was sometimes pierced by a force as powerful as the forest itself, love. The stories of dryads and mortals are among the most poignant in all mythology, tales where the wild, timeless heart of nature meets the fleeting, passionate soul of humanity. These narratives almost always carry a tone of bittersweet longing, for they explore a fundamental incompatibility, the immortal spirit bound to a living tree and the mortal being bound by time. The most famous of these is the heartbreaking story of Daphne and the god Apollo. It begins not with romance, but with pride. Apollo, the radiant god of the sun, music, and prophecy, insulted Eros, the god of love, mocking his small arrows. In revenge, Eros fired 2 arrows, one of gold to incite irresistible passion, and one of lead to instill utter repulsion. The golden arrow struck Apollo, filling him with a burning desire for the beautiful nymph Daphne. The leaden arrow struck Daphne, a devotee of Artemis who cherished her independence and the quiet freedom of the forest. She fled from Apollo's ardent pursuit, her breath coming in ragged gasps as his divine footsteps drew nearer. Desperate, her strength failing, she cried out to her father, a river god, for help. As Apollo's hand finally closed around her, she was transformed, her limbs stiffening into branches, her skin hardening into bark, her hair sprouting into leaves. She became the laurel tree. Apollo, in his grief and reverence, declared the laurel sacred to him forever, weaving its leaves into crowns for heroes and poets. This is not a simple love story. It is a story about violation, consent, and the ultimate defense of one's own nature. Daphne chose to become a tree, to merge completely with the spirit she already was, rather than surrender her autonomy. Her transformation was not a punishment, but a sanctuary. In becoming the laurel, she escaped a fate she did not desire and achieved a permanent, peaceful union with the natural world. The myth echoes the core Dryad truth: their deepest bond is always with their tree, not with any passing god or mortal. Any other love is a complication, a storm that passes through the grove, sometimes leaving beauty in its wake, but often just a memory of stirred leaves. Daphne's story is a myth of sanctuary, not surrender. Her transformation into the laurel tree represents the ultimate assertion of self in a world that sought to claim her. In that final, desperate moment, as Apollo's divine grasp closed in, she did not choose death, but a different kind of life, one that aligned perfectly with her deepest nature. By becoming the tree, she achieved a state of sacred purity and inviolability. Apollo could no longer possess the nymph, but he could honor the spirit she had chosen to become. In his sorrow, he made the laurel leaves eternally sacred, weaving them into crowns that symbolized victory, poetic achievement, and peace. This was not a romantic tribute, but a form of profound apology and reverence. The laurel wreath became a cultural icon, but its origin lies in a moment of radical resistance. It reminds us that the highest honor is sometimes born from respecting a refusal. Daphne's legacy is the laurel itself, evergreen and resilient, a living monument to the idea that some forms of love are not about possession, but about letting go, and that true sanctuary can be found in returning completely to one's own essence. Her leaves, once her hair, now crown the worthy, whispering a silent, ancient truth about autonomy and the sacred boundaries of the self. While Daphne's story is one of sanctuary, other Dryads found their fates woven into the grandest human epics, their lives becoming the catalysts for legendary quests. Perhaps the most famous of these is Eurydice. Her story begins not with a god's pursuit, but with a simple human joy. She was a beautiful Dryad, deeply connected to the forest, who fell in love with Orpheus, the greatest musician who ever lived. Their happiness was a brief golden season, cut tragically short when she was bitten by a venomous snake and died. This single heartbreaking event is the spark that ignites one of mythology's most profound journeys. Grief-stricken, Orpheus used his divine music to charm his way into the underworld itself, seeking to bring her back. His song moved Hades and Persephone to tears, and they agreed to release Eurydice on one condition: he must not look back at her until they both reached the surface. Of course, in a moment of agonizing doubt, he turned, and she was lost to him forever. Eurydice's role is pivotal, yet silent. She is the reason for the quest, the embodiment of a love so powerful it challenges death itself. Her story reminds us that the lives of these tree spirits were not isolated from the human world. Their joys and sorrows could ripple outward, altering destinies and inspiring art that echoes for millennia. Through Orpheus's lyre, the memory of the Dryad Eurydice became immortal. From the sorrow of Eurydice, we turn to a more primal origin, that of the Melii. These were no ordinary tree nymphs. They were the nymphs of the ash tree, and their birth was an act of cosmic violence. when the Titan Cronus overthrew his father Uranus, he cast a sickle that spilled divine blood upon the earth, Gaia. From those fertile drops, nurtured by the soil of the Earth Mother herself, sprang the fierce, fully formed Melii. They were warriors among nymphs, and their wood was used to craft the spears of heroes. The first humans, in some accounts, were also fashioned from ash wood, suggesting a deep ancestral connection between mankind and these primal tree spirits. The Melii represent the raw, untamed power of nature, born from conflict and embodying strength. They are the forest's spine, the ancient, unyielding wood from which shields and spears were hewn. Their story roots the Dryads not only in beauty and vulnerability, but in a foundational, formidable power that shaped the very beginnings of the world. Then there is the tender, transformative tale of Dryope. Unlike Daphne, her change was not an escape, but a consequence of innocent accident. Dryope was a mortal princess who loved to wander the woods. One day, while playing near a lake, she plucked a few bright blossoms from a lotus tree to amuse her infant son. To her horror, the tree began to bleed, for it was not a tree at all, but the nymph Lotes in hiding. As punishment for this unwitting harm, Dryope herself began to transform. Her feet rooted into the soil, bark crept up her legs, and branches sprouted from her fingers. In her final moments, she begged her sister to bring her son to play in the shade of her branches and to tell him that the rustling leaves were his mother's voice. She became a poplar tree. Dryope's story carries a different kind of tragedy, one born not from divine pursuit, but from a simple human mistake with cosmic repercussions. It underscores the sacredness of every tree, the idea that anyone could be a living spirit. Her enduring love for her child, expressed through the gentle whisper of her leaves, adds a layer of poignant humanity to the myth, a reminder that transformation does not erase love, but changes its form. These stories of Eurydice, the Melii, and Dryope show us the many faces of the Dryad, from the catalyst of epic quests to the fierce children of the earth to the mother forever whispering in the wind. Each one adds a different hue to our understanding of the forest's soul. The world of heroes was one of constant movement, of long roads and foreign shores, and their paths inevitably wound through the deep, silent places where the Dryads dwelled. For a hero like Heracles, whose labors took him to the very edges of the known world, the sacred grove was not just a landmark, but a potential sanctuary or a hidden trial. These spirits of the wood were often the first line of defense for places of ancient power, and a hero's success could hinge on his respect for them. Imagine Heracles, weary and burdened, entering a grove of ancient oaks to seek fresh water. The air is still, heavy with the scent of damp earth and old leaves. He might sense a watchful presence, a feeling of being assessed not for his fame, but for his intent. If he approaches with humility, perhaps leaving a simple offering of honey or wine at the base of the largest tree, He may find the spring he seeks running suddenly clear and cold, or discover a patch of healing herbs glowing softly in a shaft of moonlight. This was the subtle aid of a dryad, a quiet acknowledgement of a respectful guest. Her guidance would not come as a spoken prophecy, but as an intuition, a feeling that the correct path lay to the left where the moss grew thickest, or a sudden, unnatural stillness that warned of a predator lurking just off the trail. The hero who understood the language of the forest, who listened to more than his own thoughts, could find powerful allies in these unseen guardians. For Odysseus, the master of cunning, the wilderness presented a different kind of test. After his long years of war and his disastrous encounters with monsters and gods, a quiet forest might seem like a relief. But even here, the rules of civilization did not apply. In one lesser-known tale from his wanderings, Odysseus comes to a land ruled by a wise and just king. To secure an alliance, he is sent on a seemingly simple task: to retrieve a sacred bow from a grove protected by a Hamadryad. He is warned not to harm a single leaf. Odysseus enters the grove, and there, wrapped in the roots of a colossal poplar, is the bow. But as he reaches for it, he sees the tree is dying, blighted by a creeping rot. The Hamadryad's form is faint, barely visible, her song a whisper of pain. Odysseus faces a choice: take the bow and complete his mission, or attempt to heal the tree and possibly fail both tasks. In stories like these, the Dryad presents the hero with a moral challenge that tests his character more than his strength. Does he see the spirit as an obstacle or as a being in need? His actions in that grove would define him more truly than any battle. To aid the spirit, perhaps by cleansing the rot with spring water and sacred words learned from an old priestess, would be to earn a loyalty no weapon could command. The bow might then be given freely, and its magic would be true for him, but to ignore her suffering would be to invite a subtler curse. The bow might splinter in his hand at a crucial moment, or the path home might remain forever hidden. The Dryad's role was to enforce a natural law, that true power must be tempered with reverence. These interactions were never straightforward transactions. A Dryad's aid was earned through perception and respect, not demanded through force. They represented the wild world's terms of engagement. A hero crashing through the underbrush, hacking at vines, would find only confusion and hostility, the paths closing behind him, the streams drying up. But the one who moved softly, who recognized the sacredness of the place, might find the wilderness itself bending to help him. The grove might part to reveal a hidden pass through impassable mountains, or a fruit-bearing tree might appear in a barren landscape when hunger was greatest. This was the ancient compact between humanity and the untamed earth, personified in the figure of the tree spirit. She was the keeper of local knowledge, the genius of the place. To receive her guidance was to be accepted, momentarily, into the deep old community of the forest. It was a reminder that even the greatest hero was a visitor in a world that had its own rulers, its own ancient and silent purposes. The journey through the mythical woods was never just about reaching a destination. It was about learning to hear the whispers of the world along the way. These hidden alliances between heroes and tree spirits often unfolded in a very specific kind of place, a sanctuary set apart from the ordinary world. Across ancient Greece, scattered like green jewels upon the landscape, were the sacred groves known as an alsos. These were not merely pretty clusters of trees. They were temples built not by human hands, but by nature itself, consecrated to a god or goddess and watched over by their Dryadic guardians. To step into a sacred grove was to cross a threshold. The air grew cooler, the sounds of the outside world faded, and a profound, listening silence took hold. It was a space where the divine felt imminently present, where the rustle of every leaf could be a whispered prayer. These groves were often centered around a natural feature, a spring, a cave, or an especially ancient and towering tree, believed to be the home of a powerful Hamadryad. This central tree was the heart of the sanctuary, an altar alive and breathing. The entire grove was considered her extended body, her sacred domain. Because of this, the rules here were absolute and starkly different from the surrounding forest. The most fundamental law was simple: no axe could be lifted, no branch could be broken. To cut wood, to even gather fallen timber for a fire, was an act of sacrilege, a violation of the god to whom the grove was dedicated, and a direct attack on the Dryads who inhabited it. This prohibition made the sacred grove a powerful early form of wildlife and woodland preserve, a legally and spiritually protected ecosystem where nature was allowed to exist purely for its own sake and for the gods. It was a recognition that some places held a value beyond utility, a holiness that demanded absolute respect. Within these green cathedrals, rituals were performed that connected the community directly to the natural world. Worshippers might hang votive offerings, small terracotta figures or strips of cloth, from the branches of the sacred trees. They would pour libations of wine, milk, or honey directly onto the roots, feeding the earth and, by extension, the spirit within. Oracles sometimes delivered prophecies from a seat within the grove, their words believed to be inspired by the same primal force that animated the trees. The rituals were quiet, often personal, focused on communion rather than spectacle. A person might come to a grove of Artemis to ask for protection before a journey, tying a lock of hair to a branch as a pledge. A family might bring a newborn to a grove dedicated to the nymphs, presenting the child to the ancient, benevolent spirits of the land. In these acts, the grove functioned as a direct line to the divine, but a divine that was intimate, local, and woven into the very landscape. The Dryads were the ever-present clergy of these open-air temples. Their unseen presence sanctified the ground. A successful ritual, a feeling of peace, a sudden answer to a silent question, these were signs of their acceptance. A failed offering, a sense of foreboding, or a sudden storm whipping through the trees could be read as their displeasure. The sacred grove, therefore, was the ultimate expression of the Dryad myth in physical form. It was a space where the idea that trees had spirits directly shaped human law, ecology, and spirituality. It was a place where people went not to take from nature, but to listen to it, to remember that they were part of a living, conscious world far older and wiser than their own. In the deep shade of the Alsos, the boundary between the natural and the supernatural dissolved, and for a little while one could truly believe in the whisper of leaves. This practical piety created a delicate dance between human need and sacred respect. The ancient Greek farmer, shepherd, or woodsman lived in constant awareness that the grove next to his field was a living entity, a neighbor with divine connections. His relationship with the Dryads was not one of distant worship, but of daily, mindful coexistence. Before any act that might disturb the forest, especially the cutting of wood, a ritual of request was essential. It was a way of saying, "I know you are here, and I mean no harm." Imagine a man needing to fell a tree to repair his cottage roof. He would not simply march into the woods with his axe. He would first go to the oldest tree in the area, often one on the edge of the grove, a kind of elder or guardian. There he would pour a libation, a liquid offering, directly onto the earth at its roots. Milk, honey, water, or a simple wine were common choices, gifts of nourishment for the earth and the spirit within. He might speak a quiet prayer, not to a distant statue, but to the tree itself, explaining his honest need and promising to use the wood wisely. This act transformed the taking of a tree from an act of theft into a form of respectful negotiation. It acknowledged the tree was not just a resource, but a home. In some traditions, he might even tie a red woolen thread around the trunk of the tree he intended to cut, a marker of intent that gave the Dryad within time to depart, to retreat into the earth or into a neighboring tree. The ritual was a buffer against spiritual offense, a way to maintain harmony in a world where every action had unseen consequences. For more general blessings, or to seek favor from the nymphs of a particular spring or grove, people would leave votive offerings. These were small, personal tokens of gratitude or petition. A shepherd whose flock had thrived might carve a tiny clay sheep and place it in the hollow of an oak. A woman hoping for healthy children might tie a strip of her clothing to a branch, a physical piece of her hope left in the care of the nurturing spirits. These offerings were not grand or expensive, but they were intimate. They turned the trees into living shrines, adorned with the quiet hopes and thanks of the community. The rustle of those cloth strips in the wind was thought to be the Dryads whispering over the prayers. Even the act of simply enjoying the forest came with an etiquette. A traveler resting in a pleasant grove might leave a piece of fruit or a few grains from their meal on a flat stone before moving on, a small payment for the shelter and peace provided. This constant, low-level ritualization of interaction kept the human and the spirit worlds in balance. It was a system of practical ecology framed as piety, teaching that to take from nature, one must first give back, and to enter its space, one must first ask permission. The silence of the woods after such an offering was the only reply needed, a peaceful acceptance that allowed work to proceed with a clear conscience. But this respectful coexistence had a shadow side, a stark and unforgiving consequence for those who broke the ancient compact. The wrath of a Dryad was not the thunderbolt of Zeus, but something more intimate, more insidious, a curse that grew from the very earth you stood upon. To harm her tree was to declare war on the spirit of the place itself, and her retaliation was a mirror of the offense, a twisting of the natural order she guarded. The first and most common punishment was a blight upon the offender's livelihood. A farmer who cleared a protected grove for his fields might find his own crops withering overnight, not from drought, but from a strange, creeping mildew that no remedy could cure. His well, once clear, might turn brackish and undrinkable. This was the Dryad's lesson in interconnectedness. You cannot poison one part of the web without endangering the whole. Her vengeance was ecological, a removal of her nurturing blessing that revealed how fragile human prosperity truly was when severed from the health of the land. For a more personal transgression, the punishment could turn inward, attacking the mind. There are tales of woodsmen who, after felling a great oak, were plagued by a whispering in their ears, a sound like rustling leaves that grew into a cacophony of accusing voices only they could hear. Sleep would flee from them, and in its place came visions of the tree falling over and over again, its sap flowing like blood. This was not mere guilt, it was a supernatural haunting, a psychic imprint of the dying tree's spirit imposed upon the violator's consciousness. The Dryad, in her grief and rage, could inflict a madness that made the perpetrator a prisoner of his own crime, forever reliving the moment of destruction in a waking nightmare. In some stories, this curse extended to the community, bringing discord and strange illnesses until a priest intervened to perform rites of atonement. Perhaps the most chilling form of retribution was the direct physical curse, a transformation that embodied the crime. One myth tells of an arrogant prince who, to build his hunting lodge, ordered his men to cut down the tallest poplar in a sacred grove. They ignored the pleas of the local villagers and the red threads tied in warning. As the first axe bit into the trunk, a mournful cry echoed through the forest, though no one was seen. The prince, watching from his horse, laughed, but that night, as he celebrated in his nearly finished hall, his hands began to stiffen. His fingers grew woody and gnarled, his skin hardened into bark. By morning, he stood rooted to the spot, a twisted, leafless tree in the center of his own lodge, a permanent monument to his hubris. His men, terrified, abandoned the place, and the forest slowly reclaimed it, vines weaving through the windows and saplings pushing up through the floorboards around their transformed master. This was poetic justice of the most literal kind, the destroyer becoming part of the very realm he sought to dominate, forced to experience the stillness and vulnerability he had so carelessly imposed. These stories served as powerful, necessary warnings. They codified a deep ecological truth into memorable myth that violating the sanctity of the natural world invites a backlash that is both personal and pervasive. The Dryads' wrath was never arbitrary. It was a direct response to a broken balance. She was the embodiment of the principle that the environment is not a passive resource, but an active participant in human fate. To poison her spring was to poison your own water. To destroy her home was to make your own home untenable. Her curses made the consequence of environmental harm visceral and immediate, translating the slow, complex disaster of deforestation or pollution into a single, stark supernatural event. In a world without environmental science, these myths were the law, teaching through fear and story what we now must learn through data and crisis, that we are not separate from nature, and its vengeance, when provoked, is simply the echo of our own actions returning to us. The Dryad is far more than a charming character from an old story. She is a living symbol, a vessel for the deepest anxieties and longings of the human spirit in relation to the wild world. At her core, she embodies the soul of nature itself. Ancient people looked at a vast, silent forest and felt a presence within it, a consciousness that was neither human nor beast. The Dryad gave that presence a face and a form. She was the answer to the question whispered by the wind in the pines, "Who is here?" She personified the idea that the natural world is not a collection of objects, but a community of subjects, each with its own inner life, its own story. When you stand in an old-growth forest and feel a profound, wordless peace, or a sense of being watched by something ancient and patient, you are brushing against the same intuition that created the Dryad. She is the mythic expression of that feeling, the name we give to the silent song of the trees. This symbol carries within it a profound understanding of interdependence, particularly the delicate dance between life and death. The Hamadryad, whose fate is tied to a single tree, makes this cycle heartbreakingly personal. Her vitality is the tree's spring bloom, her decline is its autumn withering, and her end is its final fall. There is no separation. In her story, we see the ancient truth that life feeds on life, that decay is not an end but a transformation that nourishes new growth. The Dryad does not fear winter, she sleeps within it, her essence conserved in the deep roots waiting. Her myth teaches that death is not a foreign invader in the natural world, but an integral part of its rhythm. To honor the Dryad was to honor this complete cycle, to see the fallen log not as waste, but as the future soil from which her sisters would rise. It was an acknowledgement that true reverence for life includes a reverence for the processes that sustain it, even when they involve loss. And that leads us to her most poignant symbolism, fragility. The Dryad is powerful within her grove, yet devastatingly vulnerable, an axe, a fire, a blight. These are not just physical threats, they are existential ones. This captures the ancient and startlingly modern understanding of nature's precarious balance. The myth screams a warning that beauty and spirit are not indestructible, that systems which took centuries to grow can be shattered in an afternoon by carelessness or greed. The Dryad's potential death at the hands of a woodsman is a miniature tragedy that mirrors the larger tragedy of deforestation, of habitat loss, of a world stripped of its magic because we forgot to listen. She symbolizes everything we stand to lose when we see the natural world as a commodity rather than a communion. Her fragility is a mirror held up to our own, for a species that severs its connection to the living earth is ultimately sawing off the branch it sits upon. Ultimately, the enduring power of the Dryad myth speaks to a fundamental human longing, a deep spiritual homesickness for the wilderness. In our built environments, with our manufactured rhythms, a part of us remembers the older world. The Dryad represents that forgotten connection. She is the bridge we dream of crossing, the guide who might lead us back to a state of harmony with the green world. Our fascination with her is a form of yearning, a desire to believe that the forest is not just biomass, but a being, that the oak in the meadow has a story, and that we, too, might have a place within that story if we approach with the right kind of heart. She answers a deep need to belong to the world, not just live on it. In giving nature a voice, the Dryad myth gives us permission to speak to it, to pour libations at gnarled roots, to tie prayers to branches, to listen for meaning in the rustling leaves. She transforms the wilderness from a scary unknown into a sacred home, populated not by monsters, but by kindred spirits. Her whisper is the call of that home, a reminder that our souls, like hers, might have roots that reach deeper than we know. This deep longing to see the forest's soul found expression not only in myth, but in art. From the very beginning, artists tried to capture the elusive form of the Dryad, and in doing so, they revealed how each era saw its own reflection in the natural world. On ancient Greek vases, they often appear as graceful, draped women, barely distinguishable from other nymphs, emerging from trees or leaning against trunks as heroes pass by. Their depiction was subtle, a visual clue for those who knew the stories, a reminder that the landscape itself was alive with divine witnesses. In sculpture, they were sometimes carved as reliefs on temple friezes, their bodies flowing into acanthus leaves or vine tendrils, a perfect marriage of human form and botanical detail. Here, the Dryad was part of the sacred architecture, a literal pillar of the natural order supporting the house of the gods. This classical vision was reborn with new passion during the Renaissance. As artists rediscovered ancient myths, the Dryad became a favorite subject for painters seeking to celebrate both the human form and the idealized landscape. She was no longer a subtle spirit on a pot, but a central, luminous figure. In the works of painters like Botticelli or later, Pausin Dryads are depicted as embodiments of serene pastoral beauty. They dance in sun-dappled glades, their pale skin contrasting with the deep greens of the forest, their forms both voluptuous and innocent. This was nature perfected, tamed, and made beautiful for the human gaze. The Renaissance Dryads symbolized a harmonious, orderly world where humanity and a benevolent classical nature existed in poetic balance. She was an ornament in a perfected scene, a symbol of the fertile, creative force of the earth itself, now framed and placed within a composition that celebrated human reason and aesthetic triumph over wildness. But a profound shift occurred with the Romantic movement of the 18th and 19th centuries. The Romantics rejected the tidy, ordered gardens of the previous era and hungered for the sublime, the untamed, the emotionally overwhelming aspect of nature. Their Dryad changed accordingly. In the poetry of Keats or Shelley, the Dryad is no longer a placid dancer. She becomes a mysterious, powerful, and often melancholic embodiment of the wild soul. She is the spirit of the ancient gnarled oak, not the graceful sapling. Her beauty is fierce and strange, intertwined with decay and a deep, timeless wisdom. The romantic Dryad is less a decorative figure and more a portal to a lost, primal state of being. She represents everything that industrializing society was leaving behind: the mystery, the intuition, the raw emotional connection to the land. When a romantic poet addresses a Dryad, he is yearning for a communion with this wild soul, seeking to lose his modern self in her ancient non-human consciousness. She symbolizes a nature that could not be controlled, only experienced with awe and a touch of fear. This journey through art shows us that the Dryad is a mirror. In every age, her image adapts to reflect humanity's current relationship with the natural world. The classical Dryad was a divine citizen in a populated cosmos. The Renaissance Dryad was a beautiful emblem of a harmonious, human-centric order. The Romantic Dryad was a ghostly reminder of the wildness we had forsaken, a call back to a more authentic, emotional state of being. Yet through all these transformations, two core symbols remain constant. She has always idealized nature, whether that ideal is order, beauty, or sublime power. And she is always feminine beauty intrinsically tied to the earth, representing fertility, creativity, and the nurturing, yet potentially fearsome, essence of the living world. We have always projected our deepest hopes and fears about nature onto her form, using her to ask the same timeless question: what is the true spirit of the forest, and what does it want from us? Yet that romantic yearning for the wild soul of the forest never truly left us. It simply found new forms, new stories, and new sacred groves. The ancient Dryad, far from being forgotten, has been quietly reborn in the heart of our modern imagination, her leafy silhouette shifting to speak to the anxieties and hopes of our own age. In the realm of fantasy literature, she steps out of the classical world and into entirely new mythologies, often carrying the same essential truth. Look at C. S. Lewis's Narnia. The very land feels awake, trees can sleep, and when the white witch's winter holds the land, they are trapped in an endless, silent slumber. When Aslan returns and spring breaks the witch's spell, the woods themselves awaken. Trees stir, dryads and naiads appear dancing in the melting streams, and the whole landscape celebrates its liberation. Here, the dryad is not just a spirit in the tree, she is the symbol of a healthy, free, and joyous natural world. Her presence signifies that Narnia itself is morally and spiritually alive. To harm that world is to side with the witch, whose reign is marked by frozen rivers and silent, unmoving forests. Lewis channels the ancient belief that a living ecosystem is a holy one, and the dryads are its most visible choir. J.R.R. Tolkien, a scholar of ancient myths, took the concept and evolved it into something even more profound with the Ents and the Elves. The Ents are not merely tree spirits, they are the shepherds of the trees, ancient, deliberate, and fearsome when roused. Treebeard's lament for the lost forests, the entwives, and his slow, gathering anger at Saruman's industrial deforestation is the most powerful environmental parable in modern fantasy. It is the myth of the Hamadryads scaled up to an entire species. The Ents embody the forest's memory and its wrath. The elves of Lothlorien, meanwhile, live in seamless harmony with the Malorn trees, their homes built among the branches. The elves do not dominate nature, they converse with it, and their grace and longevity are tied to the health of their woods. When the elves depart Middle-earth, the magic fades from the forests, and the trees become, as Treebeard might say, more tree-ish. Tolkien's work translates the Dryads' intimate bond into an entire culture's philosophy, making the connection between spirit, tree, and people explicit and essential for the world's survival. This translation continues onto our screens and into our hands. In film, from the majestic ancient tree of souls in Avatar to the whooping willow in Harry Potter, the idea of the sentient, powerful tree is a constant visual shorthand for ancient magic and natural wisdom. Video games have become a particularly rich soil for these myths to interactively grow. In games like the Elder Scrolls series, players can encounter spriggans, fierce nature spirits that protect groves and summon beasts. In The Witcher, many quests involve negotiating with or confronting Leshens, forest entities that are part tree, part stag, and entirely territorial. These are not always gentle nymphs, they are often dangerous, reflecting a modern view of nature as not just beautiful, but fiercely defensive, retaliatory when its boundaries are crossed. Perhaps the most direct homage is in games like God of War, where the player literally travels to the realm of the light elves in a world suffused with the luminous life of giant glowing trees, or encounters beings like the Witch of the Woods, who is deeply tied to the forest's fate. These digital dryads allow us to walk into the myth, to experience the grove as a place of both sanctuary and danger, making the ancient stories visceral and immediate. Beyond entertainment, the spirit of the Dryad finds a home in contemporary spiritual practices, particularly within modern paganism and earth-centered faiths. For many today, the Dryad is not a fictional character, but an archetype, a valid expression of the divine feminine as it manifests in nature. In rituals, individuals might honor the spirit of a particular tree, leaving offerings at its base, meditating with its energy, or simply acknowledging its unique presence. This is a direct personal revival of the ancient Greek farmer's libation. The belief is not that a literal nymph with a face lives inside, but that the tree possesses a consciousness, a genius loci, a spirit of place worthy of respect and relationship. This neo-pagan view often explicitly links the veneration of such spirits to environmental activism. To honor the Dryad is to commit to protecting her physical form, the forests themselves. It frames ecological action as a spiritual duty, a defense of the sacred against the profanity of clear-cutting and pollution. The myth becomes a motivator, a story that inspires real-world stewardship by making the forest a community of beings, not a resource lot. And that is perhaps the most significant modern echo of all, how the Dryad myth has subtly shaped our very language of environmental consciousness. We speak of the lungs of the planet when describing the Amazon rainforest, giving the ecosystem a vital bodily function. We personify Earth as Gaia, a living, self-regulating system. We talk about old-growth forests having memory and networks of fungi acting as a wood wide web through which trees communicate. These are not just metaphors, they are the scientific and cultural descendants of the animistic world, you that birthed the Dryad. The core idea remains unchanged. The natural world is not a dead machine, but a complex, interconnected community of life. The Dryad was the ancient name for the consciousness of a tree. Today, we might call it emergent intelligence or ecosystem sentience, but the awe is the same. When a logger hesitates before a giant redwood or a child hugs an oak, they are responding to the same presence the Greeks felt. The myth gave us a narrative framework to feel that connection, and now, in an age of climate crisis, that framework is more urgent than ever. The Dryad's whisper is no longer just a story, it is a warning and an invitation. She asks us to remember that the trees are not scenery. They are citizens of a world we share, and their fate is woven, as it always was, with our own. That whisper from the ancient world speaks directly to the heart of our modern ecological crisis. The myth of the Dryad does more than tell a story. It provides a powerful emotional and ethical framework for seeing the natural world not as a resource, but as a community of beings with inherent rights. In this way, these ancient tree spirits become unexpected but potent allies in contemporary environmental movements. Their greatest gift to us is the language of personification. It is far easier to dismiss the logging of a tract labeled Timber Stand 7 than it is to ignore the felling of an ancient oak known to house a Hamadryad. By giving the forest a face, a name, and a story, the myth forces an emotional engagement that raw data alone often cannot. Environmental campaigns have intuitively understood this for decades. Think of the successful push to save the giant redwoods, where activists did not just cite board feet of lumber. They gave individual trees names like the President or General Sherman, emphasizing their age, their majesty, their status as ancient living monuments. This is Dryad logic in modern dress, transforming a tree from an it into a thou, making its potential loss feel like a personal tragedy. When protesters chain themselves to trunks or sit in the branches of old-growth forests, they are physically embodying the spirit of the guardian nymph, declaring through their actions that this tree is not merely property, but a home deserving of protection. The myth provides a narrative that justifies such fierce personal defense, casting the defender not as a radical, but as someone upholding a sacred ancient pact. This narrative directly challenges the dominant worldview that sees nature primarily in terms of utility and economic value. The Dryad myth argues for what philosophers call intrinsic value, the idea that a tree, a forest, a river has worth simply because it exists, because it is alive and part of the intricate web of being. Its value is not contingent on what it can provide for humans. The Hamadryad does not ask if her oak is useful for building ships or heating homes. Her connection is absolute and unconditional. Modern environmental ethics seeks to establish this same principle in law and culture, arguing that ecosystems have a right to exist, flourish, and regenerate their natural cycles. The concept of granting legal personhood to rivers or forests, as has been done in New Zealand and Ecuador, is perhaps the ultimate legal expression of this Dryad-inspired thinking. It recognizes the Wanganui River not as a resource to be managed, but as an ancestor, a living entity with its own interests that must be represented in court. This is not a new idea, it is a very old one, returning to the animistic understanding that the world is full of persons, only some of whom are human. The environmental movement at its deepest level is an effort to re-sanctify the world, to restore a sense of reverence and relationship that industrial society stripped away. The Dryad myth serves as a cultural memory of that relationship, a proof that we have thought this way before. It shows that arguing for the rights of nature is not a fringe modern invention, but a reclamation of a profoundly ancient human perspective. We can see this resonance in the icons of environmentalism. The most famous photograph from the early conservation movement is not of a graph or a policy paper. It is of a person in a tree, Julia Butterfly Hill, who lived for over 2 years on a small platform in a 1,000-year-old redwood she named Luna. Her story captured the global imagination because it was a myth playing out in real time, a modern dryad refusing to leave her tree, using her own body as a shield against the saw. She spoke of Luna not as a plant, but as a companion, a teacher, a living being she was in dialogue with. The public understood this language instinctively because it is the language of story, the language of the Dryad. Similarly, the Chipko movement in India, where villagers, primarily women, hugged trees to prevent them from being cut down, translated ecological necessity into a powerful physical metaphor of embrace and protection. Their slogan, "Ecology is permanent economy," echoes the Dryads' lesson that human survival is nested within the health of the natural world. These actions are performative. They create a new story on the ground, one where people and trees are allies. They make the abstract concept of deforestation viscerally real, framing it not as an economic transaction, but as an act of violence against a living community. In this light, every community garden, every reforestation project, every effort to clean a local stream is a small, modern ritual of libation, a way of pouring care back into the roots of our world. It is a quiet, persistent rebellion against the notion that the wild world is separate from us, a return to the understanding that the Dryads symbolized all along. We are part of the grove, and its fate is irrevocably our own. The myth endures because it answers a deep need, not just for fantasy, but for a moral compass that can guide us home to a sustainable, respectful relationship with this astonishing, living planet we are so fortunate to inhabit. The voice of the tree is not a Greek invention. Cultures across the world, listening to the same rustling leaves and creaking branches, have heard their own versions of the forest's soul. Placing the Dryad beside these other spirits reveals the unique melody within the Greek chorus of nature. Take the Celtic green man, a face woven from leaves and vines, often carved into church stone and medieval wood. He is a symbol of cyclical rebirth, of the wild force of spring erupting from stone, but he is rarely an individual with a story. He is an emblem, a pervasive spirit of the forest as a whole, more of a mask worn by the wilderness itself than a distinct being living within a single oak. The Dryad is his opposite in intimacy. Her life is a biography, not a symbol. Her fate is tied to one tree. Her joys and sorrows are personal. Where the green man represents the forest's anonymous collective power, the Dryad gives that power a name, a face, and a heartbreaking vulnerability. Then there is the Slavic Leshy, a guardian spirit of the woods who is far more ambivalent, even dangerous. He is a shapeshifter, a trickster who can appear as a giant, a bear, or a peasant, and his role is to protect the forest from human intrusion by any means necessary. He leads travelers astray, hides paths, and can be benevolent only if shown proper respect. The Leshy is the forest's warden and its weapon, a personification of the wilderness as a domain actively hostile to human order. The Dryad, by contrast, is not inherently hostile. She is a resident, not a warden. Her magic is defensive and nurturing, focused on her tree and its immediate grove. She may punish a violator, but she does not seek out travelers to mislead them for sport. Her relationship with humanity is one of cautious coexistence, not territorial conflict. Her power is in connection, not in trickery. Perhaps the closest kin to the Dryad, in spirit if not in form, are the Japanese Kodama. These spirits inhabit ancient trees, and like Dryads, they are bound to their individual home. A Kodama's health reflects the tree's health, and harming the tree brings misfortune. They are seen as peaceful, and their presence is marked by a strange echo in the mountains, a sound that returns a moment after you shout. This echo is their voice. The key difference lies in depiction and integration. Kodama are often imagined as faint, glowing orbs or ethereal, small humanoid figures, but they are more mysterious, less defined by a classical human form. While Dryads were woven into the grand dramas of gods and heroes, the Kodama exist in a more animistic, everyday relationship with the local village. They are respected neighbors, their trees often marked with sacred rope, but they are less likely to fall in love with a musician or be pursued by a sun god. The Greek Dryad stands out for her deeply personal, narrative-driven existence. She is not just a spirit, she is a character. Her bond with her tree is a love story, her vulnerabilities are tragic, and her interactions with the divine world are intimate. The Greek imagination took the universal feeling of a tree's presence and gave it a biography, embedding it within the complex social and emotional world of their myths. Where other traditions saw a force, a guardian, or a mysterious echo, the Greeks saw a sister, a lover, a mother whispering through the leaves. This narrative intimacy is the Dryad's unique gift, transforming awe into empathy and making the fate of a single tree feel as consequential as the quest of any hero. Her life begins as a whisper of green in the dark soil, a shared first breath. When the sapling cracks its shell and reaches a tender shoot toward the sun, the Dryad stirs within it, a consciousness as new and fragile as the first leaf. For a century or more, she is a child of the grove, learning the language of rain and the touch of light. Her form is barely distinct from the dappled shadows, a flicker of curiosity felt by the birds that nest in her branches. This is a time of deep, quiet bonding as her roots delve and her trunk thickens, each ring a layer of memory and strength woven into her own essence. She witnesses the slow dance of the forest, the fall of ancient neighbors, the burst of new life from their decaying wood, and begins to understand her role not as an owner, but as a participant in an endless, gentle conversation. As her tree matures into a pillar of the woodland, the Dryad enters her long vigil. This is not a passive watch, but an active, joyous communion. She feels the scrape of a bear's back against her bark as a familiar greeting, the drill of a woodpecker as a rhythmic tapping on her home. She guides the climbing vines to find purchase, not as invaders, but as living tapestries. Her greatest magic is in this subtle orchestration, encouraging a fungus that fights blight, diverting just enough sap to heal a wounded branch, humming a frequency that turns the path of a burrowing insect away from her heartwood. She becomes the memory of the place, holding the stories of droughts and mild centuries, of storms weathered and quiet winters slept through. She watches generations of foxes raise their kits in her hollow and feels the sorrow when one does not return. This is her immortality, not a freedom from time, but an existence measured in the growth of moss and the turning of seasons, a life so long it seems eternal to any mortal creature who passes beneath her boughs. But the forest teaches that all things that rise must also return to the earth. The Dryad's fate is the tree's fate. When the ancient oak is finally struck by lightning, or when its roots can no longer find nourishment in the exhausted soil, a slow change begins. The Dryad does not fight this decline, for she is part of it. As the leaves grow sparse and the branches become skeletal, her own form grows more translucent, more woven with the patterns of lichen and weathering bark. Her energy turns inward, away from the canopy and down into the deep, dark roots. She prepares for the great release. When the tree finally falls, whether in a storm or in a silent, gradual collapse, it is not an end but a transformation. The Dryad's conscious spirit, the specific melody that was her, dissolves like mist at dawn. Yet her essence, the life force that animated her, does not vanish. It seeps back into the moist soil, into the network of mycelium, into the very air. It becomes the fertility that nourishes the next generation of saplings, perhaps even the one that will sprout from her own fallen acorn. In this way, her guardianship continues. She becomes the forest floor, the nurturing darkness from which new Dryads will be born. Her story is a perfect circle with no true beginning or end, only a continuous sacred exchange between form and spirit, growth and decay, the individual and the whole. She embodies the profound truth that in nature, mortality is not the opposite of immortality, but its necessary partner, the quiet rhythm that allows the song of the woods to play forever. The forest holds a language older than any human tongue, a conversation conducted in rustle and groan, in scent and silence. If you have ever stood in a deep wood and felt a message in the air you could not quite decipher, you were hearing the edges of the Dryad's speech. Their communication is not of words, but of essence, a direct transmission of feeling and awareness through the very medium of their being. Between two Dryads rooted in the same grove, understanding flows as seamlessly as water through shared roots. A feeling of contentment from a sun-warmed oak might travel underground as a gentle, warming pulse, received by a neighboring beech as a sense of peaceful well-being. A warning of danger, perhaps the approach of a lightning storm or the scent of a forest fire on a distant wind, can pass through the canopy as a specific, urgent pattern of leaf rustling, a coded shiver that races from tree to tree faster than any animal could run. This is not telepathy as we imagine it, but phytosmiotics, the natural language of plants, elevated to conscious thought. A dryad in distress does not scream. She releases a chemical signature into the air and soil, a silent alarm that her sisters sense as a sharp, bitter tang on the breeze, a sudden ache in their own roots. Their shared life creates a continuous, humming network of sentience, a woodland internet of root and mycelium, where news, emotion, and memory are exchanged in a constant, silent stream. For a mortal, however, hearing a dryad requires a different kind of listening. Her voice is almost never a clear sentence in your ear. It is the anomaly in the natural soundscape. You might be walking a familiar path and hear a cluster of leaves rustle with a distinct melodic rhythm, like a phrase repeated 3 times despite there being no wind. A series of branches might creak in a sequence that feels intentional, forming a slow wooden cadence that seems to ask a question. In the deepest stillness of night, a sigh might seem to come from the hollow of an ancient willow, carrying the weight of centuries. These are the ways a dryad tests a visitor's perception, casting her voice into the world as a puzzle made of ordinary sounds. She speaks to those who are already quiet inside, to the shepherd who knows each of his sheep by face, to the child who talks to flowers, to the weary traveler who has finally stopped thinking and started feeling the path beneath their feet. Her communication is an invitation into a deeper layer of reality, and it begins with the listener's willingness to believe their own senses. For those who prove truly perceptive, the dialogue can deepen into something more direct, though never conventional. A dryad might use the wind as her vocal cords. A gentle breeze could coil around a respectful woodsman, and within its whisper he might hear a faint feminine voice guiding him toward a hidden spring when his water skin is empty. The sound would be so intertwined with the sigh of the pines that he would later wonder if he imagined it, yet he would find the water just where the whisper said it would be. Others might receive messages in dreams, the one state where the human mind is unguarded enough to translate pure sensation into narrative. A person who has shown kindness to a grove, perhaps by clearing away a tangle of choking ivy from a young sapling, might dream that night of a woman with hair of trailing moss. The dream figure would not speak, but would simply place a single perfect acorn in the dreamer's hand, a gesture that upon waking fills them with an inexplicable sense of peace and belonging. This is the Dryad's gratitude, delivered in the symbolic language of the subconscious. In rare tales, a poet or a musician whose art already channels the natural world might hear more. As they strum a lyre beneath an oak, the notes might seem to pull words from the air itself, a fragment of a lament for a lost sister tree, or a hymn to the rising moon, which they then weave into their song. The Dryad, in these moments, uses the human as an instrument, giving fleeting voice to her eternal experience. This form of communication underscores their fundamental nature. They are intermediaries. They translate the silent, slow thoughts of the tree and the forest into something a faster, louder creature might occasionally grasp. The creak of a bough is the tree's joint murmuring after a long day of holding up the sky, a sound the Dryad amplifies into a note of endurance. The rustle of leaves is the tree's breath and its method of conversing with light and air, a process she highlights into a whisper. When we feel a sudden, profound sense of calm in a forest, or an intuitive warning to leave a certain area, we are likely brushing against the edges of this broadcast, picking up the emotional frequency of the place itself, broadcast by its unseen guardians. Their voices are the forest's attempt to make itself known, to remind the fleeting visitors that the green world is not mute, but speaking in a patient, endless sentence we have only forgotten how to hear. To stand very still and listen is to perhaps catch a single beautiful word. A Dryad's year is not marked by calendars, but by the slow, ancient pulse of her tree. In spring, she is a being of pure, effervescent joy. As the first warm rains soak the earth, she feels it as a thrilling awakening deep in her roots, a surge of energy that travels up through the trunk like a sudden, sweet laugh. Her form, if glimpsed, seems woven from the tender green of new buds and the pale gold of early morning light. This is her season of active communion. She hums with the work of coaxing leaves to unfurl, guiding blossoms to open, and welcoming back the bees with an invisible magnetic pull. The air around her tree feels charged with potential, thick with the scent of damp soil and life returning. You might hear what sounds like faint melodic laughter where no one stands, or see a patch of bluebells bloom in an instant beneath a certain branch, a spontaneous celebration of the sun's return. She is at her most visible, not in body, but in effect, in the undeniable vibrancy that radiates from her grove. Summer deepens her vigil into a contented, buzzing watchfulness. Her leaves are full and rich, a canopy that creates a cathedral of dappled shade. She is the guardian of this cool, green space, a respite from the sun's glare. Her energy is steady and nurturing, focused on sustaining the life around her. She directs water through intricate veins, feels the weight of nesting birds as a pleasant responsibility, and listens to the drone of cicadas as the forest's summer hymn. This is a time of fullness, of abundance, where her connection to her tree feels strongest and most expansive. The long, warm days are a slow exhalation of growth, and she is utterly present within it, a calm green heart beating at the center of the heat. But as the light begins to slant and the air carries its first crisp edge, a profound shift occurs. Autumn for a Dryad is not a decline, but a turning inward. The vibrant outward energy of summer softens into a contemplative golden melancholy. She feels each leaf's decision to let go not as a loss, but as a necessary release, a slow, beautiful surrender. Her mood becomes one of deep reflection. The brilliant reds and yellows of her canopy are the final, glorious song of the season, and she is both the singer and the song. You might walk through an autumn wood and feel a palpable sense of wistful intelligence, as if the trees themselves are remembering. This is when a dryad is most likely to be felt as a presence of quiet wisdom. A traveler sitting against her trunk might be flooded with a sudden, peaceful acceptance of life's cycles, a wordless understanding that endings are part of beauty. Her magic becomes subtler, more about preservation than creation. She guides the last nutrients back into her roots, storing strength for the sleep to come. The rustle of falling leaves is her lullaby to the earth, a promise that this rest is earned. When winter finally settles its quiet over the land, the dryad retreats into a slumber so deep it borders on dissolution. Her conscious awareness, so lively in the spring, withdraws completely into the core of the tree, down into the frozen, dark safety of the roots. Above, her branches are bare silhouettes against the gray sky, but below, her essence is held in a state of suspended animation. This is not death, but a profound conservation. She dreams in the language of sap slowed to a crawl, of frost patterns on bark, of the silence that exists between snowfalls. If you were to touch her tree in the heart of winter, you would feel only wood and cold. The playful spirit is gone, hidden away, yet within that stillness the bond remains absolute. She is the tree's secret life, banked like a fire beneath the snow. Her sleep is a vital part of the cycle, a time of restoration so complete that it makes the riotous joy of spring possible. In this way, her existence mirrors the most fundamental truth of the natural world, that periods of vibrant activity are born from periods of essential, quiet rest. To know a dryad is to understand that the sleeping forest is not empty, but full of patient, dreaming souls, waiting for the sun's signal to begin their green whisper all over again. To mortal eyes, it is simply a forest at dusk, but for a moment, if your perception softens and your mind grows quiet, you might glimpse the edges of their true world. Beneath the familiar canopy of oak and pine exists a parallel realm, a luminous layer of reality where the forest spirit is not just felt but seen. This is the domain of the Dryad, and it hums with a gentle, ancient magic. The ground is not merely dirt and leaf litter, but a tapestry of softly glowing fungi, their caps emitting a pale blue-green light that pulses faintly in time with the roots below. They are not random growths, but living lanterns placed by unseen hands, illuminating the pathways spirits use as they travel from tree to tree. Dew clinging to spiderwebs does not simply reflect moonlight, it holds it, each droplet a tiny captive star strung between blades of grass, casting prismatic sparks onto the bark of sleeping trees. Here, the animals are not merely inhabitants but familiars. A fox does not startle and flee, but pauses to meet your gaze, its eyes holding a knowing depth that suggests it is not just an animal, but a messenger, a conscious participant in the grove's silent governance. Elves watch from branches not as hunters, but as sentinels, their heads turning to follow movements in the air that you cannot see. Even the insects are part of the chorus, fireflies tracing deliberate arcane symbols in the air rather than flashing at random, their light a form of script written on the night. And among the roots and branches there is constant subtle movement. From the corner of your eye, you might see a tendril of mist coil up from a hollow root and take the shape of a slender hand before dissolving. A cluster of leaves on a still night might shiver in a perfect spiral pattern, as if someone invisible just brushed past. You may hear a faint, harmonious humming that seems to come from the trunk of an ancient beech, a sound felt in your bones more than heard with your ears. This is not a world of grand spells and roaring magic. It is a world of details, of enhanced perception, where every element of the forest is awake, connected, and slightly more itself than it appears in the harsh light of day. The moss is greener, the air is sweeter, and the silence is a listening presence. To step into this space is to understand that the Greeks were not inventing fantasy, they were describing a state of attention. The Dryads' world is always there, woven into the very fabric of the woodland. It reveals itself not to the one who seeks to conquer or catalogue, but to the one who arrives as a guest, willing to believe that the rustle in the shadows is not just the wind, but a greeting. The air itself feels different here, thick with the scent of damp earth and old secrets. Close your eyes for a moment and let your mind follow the path beneath your feet. You are not walking on a trail, but on a carpet of moss so deep it muffles every step, a soft, silent welcome. Moonlight filters through the canopy above, not in sharp beams, but as a silver-blue mist that clings to the bark of enormous trees. Their trunks are wider than you can reach around, ancient sentinels whose bark is etched with patterns that look like forgotten writing. The silence is not empty but full, a listening quiet. You can hear your own heartbeat slowing to match a deeper, slower rhythm, the pulse of the forest itself. There is no fear here, only a profound sense of being in a place that is deeply, consciously awake. Reach out and place your palm against the cool, rough surface of the nearest oak. For a second, you feel only the texture of lichen and weathered wood. But wait, hold it there. A subtle warmth begins to seep into your skin, a gentle, living heat that has nothing to do with the night air. It is the tree's own stored memory of the sun, and something more, a patient, watchful awareness acknowledging your touch. You are being seen not by eyes, but by the spirit of the place. As you stand there, a soft breeze stirs, moving not through the whole forest, but just around this one tree. It carries a scent of wild mint and night-blooming flowers, and within it you might catch the faintest echo of a sigh, a sound of contentment as old as the hills. Look up, the branches are not still. They move in a slow, deliberate dance, though there is no wind. Leaves rustle in a complex pattern, a whispering language you feel you could almost understand. That cluster of fireflies drifting past does not blink randomly. They weave in and out of the lower branches, tracing a glowing, looping path that seems to lead deeper into the heart of the grove. It feels like an invitation. You follow, the moss softening your steps, the silver light guiding your way. You pass a spring, its water black and still, reflecting the moon like a polished mirror. On its surface, a single oak leaf floats, turning in a perfect slow circle, as if guided by an invisible hand. You find a natural seat, a smooth stone nestled between two great twisting roots. As you sit, a deep calm settles over you, a weight lifting from your shoulders that you did not know you carried. This is not your peace to create, it is the grove's peace offered freely. You are a guest in a home that has stood for 1,000 years, and the only requirement is your presence. Listen. The sounds coalesce into a kind of music, the drip of water from a leaf, the distant call of a night bird, the creak of wood as the giant trees shift in their sleep. Together, they form a lullaby for the land itself. In this quiet, you sense them, not as figures you can see directly, but as movements in the periphery, as shifts in the light. A shimmer of silver where a moonbeam touches a birch trunk holds for a second the shape of a flowing gown. A rustle in the holly bush resolves into a soft, melodic hum that fades as you turn your head. They are all around, these guardians, these daughters of the trees. They are not hiding from you. They are simply in their natural state, as much a part of the grove as the air and the soil. Their presence is a gentle pressure, like being surrounded by benevolent, curious children who mean no harm. You feel a wave of unconditional acceptance, an ancient intelligence that knows your human worries are as fleeting as the morning dew and just as natural. Time loses its meaning. You could be sitting here for minutes or for hours, held in the timeless breath of the forest. The connection you feel is not one of ownership or even understanding, but of kinship. You are a living being in a world of living beings. The boundary between you and the moss, you and the tree, you and the silent watchers in the shadows grows thin and soft. You are part of the grove's story for this one quiet night, and you know, with a certainty that comes from a place deeper than thought, that when you finally rise to leave, a part of this deep green peace will leave with you, carried in your bones like a secret. The trees will remember your respectful silence, and the Dryads will return to their endless, gentle watch, guarding the slow, sacred dream of the woods. That secret peace is carried on a sound, a lullaby composed long before the first human ear learned to listen. This is the Dryad's true song, not a melody you can hum, but a living symphony woven from the night itself. It is the rhythmic chirp of crickets keeping time like a heartbeat, the soft, papery rustle of leaves as they adjust in their sleep, and the distant, questioning call of an owl that serves as a perfect, mournful pause in the composition. It is the patter of the last raindrops falling from a high branch to the forest floor, each drop a clear, singular note. This is the soundscape of her vigil, the auditory expression of a world at rest, and it holds a profound power to soothe the restless human mind. The myth tells us that to hear this symphony is to be invited into the forest's dream. There is a scientific echo to this ancient intuition. The slow, repetitive, and non-threatening sounds of nature, what researchers now call pink noise, have a measurable effect on our nervous systems. They help mask jarring, sudden noises that trigger our alertness, and they gently guide our brainwaves toward the slower frequencies of sleep. The Dryad's lullaby is the original pink noise, a blanket of sound woven from safety and stillness. When you listen to a recording of a forest at night, or better yet, lie awake with your window open to a distant chorus of peepers and wind, you are not just hearing random noise. You are hearing the blueprint for tranquility, a sonic environment shaped by millennia of life finding its balance. The Dryad, as the spirit of that place, is the conductor of this invisible orchestra. Her presence is what turns a collection of sounds into a cohesive, intentional embrace. Imagine you are lying in a clearing, the cool earth beneath you, looking up at stars fractured by black branches. At first, the night sounds are just that, sounds, but as you relax, as you let your breathing deepen, they begin to organize themselves in your perception. The crickets are not random, they are a shimmering curtain of sound. The breeze is not an interruption, but a breath drawn through the leaves. The owl's call is not alarm, but a gentle reminder of the watch being kept. This shift from hearing noise to feeling a pattern is the moment you begin to hear her lullaby. It is the moment the forest stops being a place around you and starts being a presence with you. In the oldest tales, travelers who became lost and afraid in the woods would sometimes cease their frantic struggling. They would sit, exhausted, with their back against a great tree and let the fear drain away. And in that quiet, they would hear the night differently. The sounds that once seemed threatening would soften into a reassuring rhythm, a sonic path leading them not out of the forest, but into a deep, restoring sleep. They would awaken at dawn unharmed, rested, and often found that a clear path home had revealed itself. The myth suggests they were not saved by luck, but by accepting the invitation of the lullaby. They allowed the Dryad's song to do its work, to reset their frantic human rhythm to the older, slower, and wiser pulse of the earth. So tonight, wherever you are, you can listen for a version of this song. It might be the distant hum of traffic softened into a river-like murmur, the sigh of a furnace, or the gentle creak of your own home settling. The key is not the source, but the listening. Let those sounds become the crickets and the wind. Imagine them as part of a greater, caring presence, a watchful guardian of the quiet hours. Let the rhythm slow your thoughts, as if each exhale is a leaf settling onto soft moss. This is the gift the Dryad myth offers our sleepless nights, not a magic spell, but a permission to reinterpret the world around us as a cradle. Her lullaby is always playing. We need only to believe in the conductor and listen. there is a reason these ancient stories of tree spirits feel so soothing to us now. They are not just tales, they are vessels for a particular kind of sleep. In a world of bright screens and urgent notifications, the myth of the Dryad offers a different timeline, one measured in centuries of growth and the slow turn of seasons. This narrative rhythm is inherently calming. When you listen to a story about a being who watches a sapling become a giant over 500 years, your own frantic sense of time begins to soften. The urgency of today's unfinished tasks loses its sharp edge against the backdrop of an oak that was ancient when your great-grandparents were born. These myths pull us into a timescale where patience is not a virtue, but the fundamental condition of existence. They gently argue that not everything needs to happen right now, that some of the most beautiful things, like the deepening of a forest or the healing of a heart, require a long, quiet unfolding. This is the first gift of the myth as a sleep story. It recalibrates our inner clock to a slower, more natural tick, one that aligns with the descending peace of night. Beyond their slow pace, these stories provide archetypal narratives that our minds recognize and trust. The Dryad is not a complex character with shifting loyalties and hidden motives. She is a guardian, a nurturer, a spirit of place. Her story is one of connection, protection, and cyclical return. These are foundational, reassuring patterns. When we hear them, we are not launching into a thriller full of suspense and unpredictable twists. We are being invited into a familiar, safe pattern. It is the narrative equivalent of a well-worn path through a known wood. Your mind does not need to stay alert to solve a puzzle or anticipate a shock. It can relax into the known arc, the certainty that the spirit is in her tree, the forest is breathing, and the night is being watched over. This allows the analytical, problem-solving part of your brain, the part that keeps you awake worrying, to finally stand down. The story gives that restless mind a simple, beautiful task: to picture dappled light, to hear imaginary leaves, to follow a route deep into the dark, comforting earth. It is a guided meditation built into a tale. Most powerfully, these nature myths reconnect us with the primal rhythms from which we have become disconnected. Our modern sleep is often fractured because our lives are divorced from the cues of the natural world: the setting sun, the rising moon, the cooling air. The Dryad story is an immersion in those cues. It describes the feeling of cool bark, the scent of petrichor after a rain, the sound of wind moving through a canopy like a long, slow breath. By engaging our imagination with these sensory details, the story triggers a physiological response. Our breathing may unconsciously deepen to match the described rhythm of the forest. Our heart rate may slow. We begin to mimic in our own bodies the state of the resting world being described. The myth becomes a bridge, using the power of narrative to lead us back across the gap we have created between ourselves and the natural cycles that still govern our biology. It whispers to a part of us that remembers how to sleep under the stars, how to rest when the world rests. So tonight, as you settle into the dark, let the old story of the forest and its quiet guardians do its ancient work. Allow the image of roots delving into silent earth to become the anchor for your own scattered thoughts. Let the imagined rustle of 1,000 leaves be the only news you need. In this space, crafted by words older than cities, you are not escaping reality. You are returning to a much older one, where the night is not empty, but full of a peaceful, watchful presence, and sleep is not a struggle, but a natural, welcomed descent into the deep green dream of the world. The story of the Dryad does not have to end with the last page of a myth. It can become a quiet practice, a way of seeing that transforms the ordinary world outside your window into something quietly enchanted. You do not need to find an ancient, untouched wilderness to feel the spirit of the grove. That sense of sacred guardianship can begin with a single tree in a city park, a row of old maples lining your street, or even the potted fig tree on your balcony. These are our modern sacred groves, and they are waiting for your attention. Start by simply choosing one. On your next walk, let your steps slow as you approach a particular tree that has always caught your eye, perhaps an oak with wonderfully gnarled branches or a willow whose leaves trail in the water. Stand beside it for a moment, just long enough to feel the shift from passing by to being with. Place your hand on its bark, not as a stranger, but as you might greet an old friend with a gentle touch. Feel the texture, the coolness, or the sun-warmed roughness. This simple act is a modern libation, an offering of your presence and a signal of respect. It is the first step in rebuilding that forgotten conversation. Look up into its canopy. Notice how the light filters through 1,000 unique leaves, creating a shifting mosaic of green and gold on the ground below. Watch how the branches move with a slow, deliberate grace in the breeze, each sway a word in a slow, patient language. Listen. Beneath the distant traffic or the chatter of birds, there is the sound of the tree itself, the faint creak of wood, the collective whisper of foliage. This is not just biology, it is biography. This tree has a story written in its rings, a chronicle of droughts survived, storms weathered, and seasons counted in the silent accumulation of wood. By pausing to acknowledge that, you are performing a small, personal ritual of recognition. You are, in that moment, accepting the role of a witness, and in doing so, you become a guardian. This does not require you to chain yourself to the trunk, but to chain your awareness to it, to remember it as a living individual and not part of the background. Carry that sense of wonder forward. Learn its name, not just oak, but perhaps pin oak or white oak. Knowing a name is the beginning of a relationship. Notice the life it supports, the squirrels that dart along its limbs, the insects on its bark, the moss on its north side. See it as the center of a tiny, vibrant world. When you pass it again, acknowledge it. A silent nod of your head is enough. This consistent, gentle attention is a form of stewardship. It changes you. You may find yourself picking up a piece of litter tangled in the roots of your tree, or feeling a pang of concern if you notice a broken branch after a storm. That pang is the Dryad spirit taking root in you, a quiet call to protect what you have come to value. This practice of seeing extends beyond a single tree to the larger green spaces in your life. That pocket park with 3 benches becomes a potential grove. The community garden is a place of visible, collaborative nurture. The hiking trail through a county forest is a pilgrimage route through a living cathedral. When you visit these places, go with the intention of listening, not just consuming the view. Walk slowly. Breathe in the scent of damp soil and greenery. Let the pace of your thoughts settle into the pace of growth, not the pace of your inbox. In these moments, you are not just in nature, you are in dialogue with it. You are answering the ancient call to belong to the world, not just live on it. This is how the myth becomes actionable, how a story from 2,000 years ago can heal a fracture in your own day. The Dryads' lesson was always about interconnectedness, the understanding that the well-being of the tree and the well-being of the observer are threads in the same tapestry. By cultivating a personal relationship with the green world around you, however modest, you mend that tapestry one thread at a time. You become part of a lineage of watchers and listeners that stretches back to those first Greeks who felt a presence in the forest and had the wisdom to give it a name. Your quiet appreciation is a powerful spell against indifference. It is a vote cast for a world where trees are seen not as lumber waiting to happen, but as living neighbors with their own ancient silent stories. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, think of your tree. Picture its leaves catching the moonlight, its roots resting in the dark, quiet earth. Know that by seeing it as sacred, you have made it so. And in that knowing, you carry the true spirit of the Dryad with you, a gentle, steadfast guardian of the green and growing world, one thoughtful breath at a time. The forest's oldest secret is a simple one, that every tree holds a story, and every story holds a soul. We have walked a long path together through the whispering groves of myth, from the first intuitive feeling of a presence in the woods that gave birth to the Dryad, to the intricate tapestries of story where these spirits lived, loved, and guarded their sacred homes. We met the Hamadryad, whose life is so perfectly fused with her tree that their fates are one, a bond of absolute intimacy and poignant vulnerability. We saw them in the grand dramas of gods and heroes, from Daphne's transformative escape into the laurel to Eurydice's silent role in the greatest love story ever sung. We watched them act as the gentle yet fierce protectors of their groves, their subtle magic a reflection of the forest's own intricate balance. Their image has evolved through art, from classical vases to romantic poetry, always mirroring humanity's changing relationship with the wild. And we discovered how their ancient whisper finds a powerful, urgent echo in our modern world. in the heart of environmental movements and in our own deep longing to reconnect with a living, conscious earth. They are more than characters in a forgotten book. They are a lasting symbol, a mythic language for expressing truths we are still learning to remember. That nature is not a resource but a community, that beauty is fragile, and that some bonds are so sacred they're breaking echoes through the soul of the world itself. The Dryad is that echo, and her story is an invitation to listen, not just to the past, but to the rustling, breathing present all around us. So the story of the Dryad ends as it began, with a deep listening silence. We have wandered together through the whispering groves of myth, and now it is time to let the forest settle back into its own quiet dreams. As you prepare for sleep tonight, carry with you the image of the Hamadryad in her winter slumber. Picture her spirit, a soft silver light, withdrawn deep into the heartwood of her ancient oak. The branches above are bare against the starry sky, but they are not empty. They are resting, holding within them the patient memory of every spring that has ever been, and every spring yet to come. Her long vigil continues, a watch so peaceful it needs no eyes, a guardianship expressed in the simple, profound act of being. The roots are warm in the dark earth, the sap sleeps, and the whole grove breathes in one slow, synchronized rhythm. This is the forest's true secret, not a shout of magic, but a hum of enduring life. Thank you for walking this path with me, for listening to the rustle of these ancient stories. May the quiet certainty of the sleeping Dryad fill your own night. May you drift into dreams of deep mossy glens and sunlight filtering through a canopy of green. And when you wake, may a little of that forest peace remain with you, a gentle reminder that the world is still full of quiet wonders, watching and waiting just beyond the edge of sight. Sleep well and good night.
you.